Okay, hello. Hi. And already we have a request right off the bat. Oh, that's right. I didn't do your reading last week because you didn't respond my call for you. That totally makes sense now. Well, welcome back. Oh, and there is a special thing I want to mention since you brought up the book. There's a Mother's Day sale going on in Four Horsemen. I think it's 40% off. Let me double check. Ooh. I think. Yes. Okay, there is. There it is. So there's a Mother's Day sale going on at Four Horsemen Publications. 40% off. That's also on top of the pre-order sales. So there's some new books that are going to be released later on this year, including The Oath from the Rangers Magi. Well, hello, Blondie. Hi. You don't want to say hi to Chad? No? Okay. Here you go. She likes to nap in the closet. Oh. There was music, but I didn't turn that on. Alright. So, there's that. You could go by genre if you wish. And there's already like pre-orders for new fantasy books that they're going to have, including October Kings, part of the Quill Point Chronicles. Oh my goodness. And also The Resolve of a Duchess from Kate and Morgan, who I believe they're going to do their best to get there at a special event that I have yet to announce. So, anywho, if you want to buy some books, go ahead. You have 5 days left to order books from Four Horsemen Publications. Please support my publisher so that way they could like do cool things for me and my fellow authors. Because I haven't received the notes back from the editor yet, I'm going to do my tarot today. But there's no expectation that I'm going to do tarot next week. So I don't know when I'm ever going to come back for it or not. Like sometime this month. So I'm hoping to come back the 21st. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. If you like watching the Final Fantasy IX series, I probably will be back sooner to do that one. But there's no guarantees right now. Okay. So, are you here, Jenny? SLG, Jenny? Are you here for the reading? Because if so, please do respond. Then I could do your reading. Are you even here? I can't keep doing this with you, Jenny. If you're not going to be here today, you're going to get banned. I can't do ding dong ditch. I just really can't. It's kind of funny, like, I won't be here for a couple of weeks to do tarot. You're wanting this reading, and then you just up and left. And it's only been 10 minutes. But you've been here since last year. I'm going to move on with other things. You know what? Maybe I should ask. I'm going to spare you for now. Let's go ahead and start the message of the day. It always makes me mad when someone just requests a reading and then they just leave. I have a rule against that. I don't care how long you've been here. That's just not cool. That just... Like... I was going to do it right off the bat. Don't know why you don't want to do it. Alright, let's see who wants to come out for the message of the day. I'm just mad. I'm just too mad. Okay, we're gonna go work with this. Anyway. There. I have boundaries. I'm going to set it. And that is twice that had happened. Like, I honestly don't have to do this. I honestly don't have to do tarot readings. I don't have to do this for free. I could have asked for money to do this. I know a really reliable tarot reader who does readings for, at the minimum, $20. A flat 20 for like 3 card draws. So, my time and energy here is pretty valuable, and I'm doing it for free. And just to come in, request for it, and then just take off like that, I don't care how long you've been here, that's inconsiderate. Alright. Message of the day. Way these things usually go, I can wait before I do the readings to allow you all to pick and choose which cards you want to have. But usually I just dive right in for the message of the day. Since I will be gone for a good week or so, hopefully this message of the day will extend pretty far. It will help cover some bases. It's not just for today. Okay, this for sure. Okay, and we're just going to do 6 cards. I keep getting this card. I know why now. why I keep getting this card, but this has been showing up quite a bit. So we have the Sacred Radiance, followed by Something Rich and Strange, As Destiny Decrees, whoops, As Sea Maid's Music, I have a feeling just to do 5, so we're just going to do 5. An Angelic Fiend. Alright, Sacred Radiance. Oh wait, no, I should wait. I should wait. So I'll give you all the end of the song to choose. If you all are the type of people who want to choose based on what gut feeling you have, you could do it that way, or you could just wait until I just read all of them and see which message really resonates with you. For those who don't know what resonance means, it just means that it really connects with you. You have a really deep feeling with it. How to best describe resonance? When you hear it, you know that it's applying to you. And it's that feeling like, oh, maybe this is something I should take into consideration. You would know it if it's meant for you, because your gut instincts will tell you. Otherwise, don't try to force any of the messages that are here. You know what's meant for you, what's not meant for you. Oh, there is a big announcement that I will be making near the end of this month. And if you want to get it early, it's going to be through my newsletter. So if you are chilling in chat and vibing. Oh wait, I probably don't have it yet. Yeah, I don't. Let me get the sticky note here. I will eventually. Here we go. Oh no. It's doing something weird. There we go. So here's the newsletter. If y'all want to get on my newsletter, I'll make an announcement there first. Y'all have really exclusive looks. First look at the book cover. First look at some excerpts from future books that are coming up. A little bit behind the scenes. Sometimes I throw a bunch of goodies at all of you, like playlist or like choosing which character I should play for whatever it is, etc. So, and of course, lore. A lot more lore and sneak peeks in the world of the Silver Fox Queen. So if you want that type of stuff, don't hesitate to jump on the newsletter. I usually do it once a month. Sometimes I do something special in the middle of this month, and there's something really special in a couple of weeks that I'll be announcing in the newsletter. So if you want that first, you can hop on the newsletter. Otherwise, just stick around on Twitch, and I'll make that announcement. So let's go ahead and get into the readings here. Again, just accept the message that really resonates with you. Always listen to your gut. Sacred Radiance. Own your power, claim your role, shine your light. Oops, let me do this here. There we go. You are now being called to step into a divinely appointed role. Not a part you will play like an actor on a stage, but a role you will be. Even more accurately, a role you are. If only you will admit it and locate the courage within you to claim and wield your power. The sun is not embarrassed about being the light of the world. It does not hide or dim its brilliance in order to be polite. It does not shine with shame. It shines because it must. It is the reigning monarch of the sky because that is what it is born to be. And in its steadfast and undiminished radiance, it blesses the world with life. Be like the sun and proudly embody the queen-like role that is the truth of who you are. This may be a message about taking tangible action, steps towards a cherished goal. It may be a passionate wish or desire you have been reluctant to claim or even to admit to yourself as a possibility. Or it may be something you have consciously and deliberately wished for. Alternatively, this could be a message about internally owning your personal authority, which in turn may inspire you to take the lead at work or in your family or community. Because we're talking about your true divine identity, your own frivolous stories are the only ones that can possibly hold you back. For example, you may be telling yourself lies about your own lack of worth or ability. Or perhaps you're holding the expectation of rejection, failure, or disappointment. You may be thinking to yourself, who am I to do this or that? Why would I imagine I could even do that? Why would people listen to me, or why would they care what I have to say? What makes me so special? Or you may be so frozen with terror that you're stolidly refusing to acknowledge or perceive what this is about. Even if you don't want to stay stuck or hidden where you are, it may feel safer than stepping into the light where others might disagree with you, laugh at you, or ignore you. Whatever the story, it is just a trifle. Unlike your divinely appointed role, it isn't momentous. It isn't eternal. It isn't written in the stars. It isn't even real. So you may rewrite the story or simply decide to release it completely. You do have a choice in this matter. At the same time, be mindful that, like fire, the power that wants to flow through you can be destructive if not consciously wielded. Ignoring or denying it is not in your best interest. Rather than letting it consume you, let possession of this power and direct it decisively. Waste time no longer, claim your identity, and bestow upon the world its promised queen. I've been struggling today, and earlier this week I had a week ahead tarot reading that this showed up. And I thought by now I would just totally own being an author, being a writer. And today I just been fraught with anxiety over from sending an email. So even though, I quote unquote made it, I still have some baggage I need to unpack and let go. And I haven't yet. So I'm really being called out with this. This is just calling me out to just claim my authority and just grow a spine. And just, own it. So I encourage you, if you feel like, ooh, this is calling me out, do the best you can to own your power, even though you're scared. You're totally not alone in that regard. Okay, something rich and strange. Here's the next one. Ooh, ads are coming in real soon. So I'm just going to chill before we do that. There we go. Just in case we have people lurking and chilling in the live chat. If all of you are lurking and still here live. I'll wait until the ads are over. Okay. So in the meantime, we get to see the beautiful cards here. This is what this looks like. It was kind of hard to see. We got the little stars in the background here. Got the gorgeous dress. Necklace and everything, so it's just really, really cool. And let's also take a gander on the Secret Radiance. So we have a very stylized sun with her holding the reins with the horses and of course herself leading the charge, so to speak. I just love the artwork of this whole series. This is another one that's coming up pretty soon. Definitely something I will discuss more in detail. Kind of know this card by heart. I've been there with this card. Another beautiful one here. And this one's a little controversial. It's also a little gory if y'all can't handle it. Kind of reminds me of a vampire. I love this deck. I know a lot of people get a little bit squeamish with this deck because it's dark. And as a dark fantasy writer, I totally get this deck. It has some images that kind of like upset some people, especially like this one. It can be a little bit upsetting seeing something like that. But the intentions are always good. It's always recognizing the hurt and pain of others, and because of that has the empathy and care to provide the messages that you definitely need to hear if you're willing to hear it. I just love this deck. Okay, so we're on card number 2. And thank you everyone for your patience through the ads. Something rich and strange. Access the infinite, dissolve into oneness. Even when your present human body perishes and dissolves into dust, your eternal soul will survive. The radiant light that carries you through dimensions and lifetimes is indestructible. It is beyond the very fabric of time and space. It was never born and it will never die. The same is true for all sentient beings. All are one with the One. Identify now with your true eternal self rather than your illusory, transient, temporary self. Draw upon the power of your soul's infinite light. Transcend limitation and find peace by remembering who you really are. If a loved one is no longer in the physical form you knew them, or if a loved one is about to transition out of this realm and into the next, connect with that loved one's eternal self. Know in your heart that you will not be separated because you never were and never could be. You are as inextricably connected as rays of sunlight or waves on the sea. The convincing appearance of your mortality means you are destined to suffer and grieve. This is what it means to be incarnated into form. No matter how hard you try, you will feel the pain of your seeming separation. But the more you identify with your infinite nature, your soul's pure light that is one with divine light, the more freedom, wisdom, comfort, and power you will find. Learn to live on both levels, the finite and the eternal. It is like watching a play. The world of the play has its own relative reality, its plot, its setting, and its characters, in which you choose to invest for your own temporary enjoyment. But simultaneously, your reality is larger, more real, and more inclusive than the play. You care about what happens in the drama, but you know it's only for a limited number of acts, and once those acts are completed, the lights will come up and the world of the play will fade. Employ the same dynamic in your fleeting mortal life. Be invested in the character you're playing, and the friends, lovers, and foes that surround you in your earthly revels. But don't be so invested that you don't know all the while that these revels most certainly will end. The thin air, the pure light, the infinite being into which the actors mount is the divine mind, with which you and I and everyone and everything are one. There will come a day in the finite realm when we will leave not a wreck behind. We will not truly be gone. We will be what we always were, infinite. Okay, so coming to terms with mortality on one hand with this card. Understanding that there's the mundane realm. We have to understand, that, this is real. We're here. We're present. The dramas that we're dealing with, the people that we're dealing with are real, and we do have to contend with them. But we have a tendency to think that what we're dealing with now is forever. That now is permanent and nothing really, it's going to be stagnant. It's always going to be this way. And while it's true that, we're going through really rough times, nothing really lasts forever in this mortal kind of plane. Okay, it's like the old songs, Dust in the Wind. In the end, we're all dust in the winds. Um, think of the seasons, the rise and fall of the seasons, the rise and fall of the sun and the moon. Things are pretty transient. Things tend to move in cycles, and nothing really stays the same, at least on the mortal, mundane level. So while we are very fixated on like the here and now, especially when we're trying to survive and make day to day, living, it's not something that's going to last forever. What you can do is think about something that is the more eternal part and try to balance it out. Like the divine aspects of your soul, the divine aspects of those who you love, the universe and everything. Kind of like the spiritual side of things. Even though this mundane realm is very painful and very real, there's something very special to be had in dealing with this unique moment in time. How many people have reminiscent right now of trying to live in the past or try to live the good parts of the past? Like the Victorian era, all those cool clothes that one usually could not wear unless they're like really well to do. Or like in The Great Gatsby, like trying to live the high life of the rich and the wealthy. What's like to live something like that. Or what it's like to live in a historical drama. People like to think back about like the rich and wealthy aspects of those past lives, but it wasn't always pleasant for everyone. There was a lot of issues, like say the French Revolution. Sometimes it's very bloody, and people had suffered a great deal. But there are some people who like to think about the past in a more pleasant light and go, gee, I wish I had lived in the 70s. I always feel like I was born in the wrong decade. And want to dress up like they were part of that decade, which is fine. You can totally do that. There's enough, or at least there used to be enough wealth to go around where you can like do something like that. You can revel in those type of things. You can go vintage shopping for some cool clothes, or like mix some of it for yourself and live that vintage retro kind of life. So that's kind of what is kind of getting me through in this current day and age. Is like someone later on down the road is going to look back and go, wow, I know it was really hard, but would it be great to live during this time period? Would it be swell to wear those type of clothes, or like have those kind of items? It's so vintage and retro, it must be so cool. So just think of that. Kind of like see the bigger picture of things. Like, this is your moment to live. And you could do what you want with your life now, living in this moment, in this world. What would you like to do if you were given a chance in living in the past? And think about like what you could do here in the future, in the now. So kind of like taking a step back a little bit of like our mundane woes and kind of think in a more objective, abstract matter, if you can. If you were suffering because you were losing someone, or you had recently lost someone, my heart goes out to you. I have gone through those type of things before with my pets, with my grandfather, with other people in my life who had passed away. If that gives you some measure of comfort with what the card has said, I really hope that you take that message with you and find some measure of peace. from the card's message. All right, I dawdled on this long enough. I'm going to go ahead and move on. But the more I read this card, the more layers I discovered with this card. All right, 26. As destiny decrees. Embrace the unexpected. Destiny is taking you in a direction you did not foresee. It is as if all your life you have been struggling and striving to be queen, or perhaps you were groomed for such a role. But as soon as the crown was placed upon your head, you received news that it was never yours in the first place. That path and that title were not intended for you. A relationship is not what you thought it was. An opportunity evaporated or transformed to something else. A pathway took an unexpected turn. Is this development shocking to you? Is it really? Or deep down did you know there was something else in store? Something else life was navigating you toward? Somewhere else your heart of hearts wanted to go? Truthfully, you would not have thrived spending your life indoors, sitting on an uncomfortable throne with a window perpetually separating you from moonlight. You are wilder than that, freer and far less tamed. You are a creature of nature, the elements and the cycles of the earth. Surely you knew this. To wield your magic to the extent it deserves, you must chart your course and make your own way under the open sky. It can be disappointing to be forced to relinquish a tidily planned destiny. There is safety and comfort in walking a road many others have walked before. It is natural to mourn what will never be. Still, rest assured that the adventure ahead of you is lovely. If you step into the unknown with courage, you will never look back with regret at the path that wasn't yours to take. The great goddess and your many helpers in the unseen realm are here for you. Call on them. Request their support to move forward into your divinely designed destiny. You may not know what that destiny holds for you yet, but that makes it all the more exciting. Let go of your ill-fitting crown. It may have looked pretty, but it always weighed heavily on you and caused your head to ache. Surrender your hold on what you once thought may have been. Leave old rules and expectations behind. Find your freedom, draw upon your magic, and then step out into the fresh air and glorious night. So, I've been there before, where I thought I was going to get that one job, and turns out no, whatever was promised was not given. I've been there where I thought I was going to be a veterinarian after working really hard as being a vet tech, and turns out they were just dangling a carrot in front of my nose, leading me on in circles. I had applied to be part of a clinical position, or not, a laboratory position, and part of the government, and along with the rest of the applications been deleted because they had to do cuts. And this was back about 8 years or so ago. So I've been there. I had mourned about it before. I have been angry about it. And part of that fury went into the Job at Mannequin Queen book. But if it wasn't for those things that had happened to me, I wouldn't have the fire in my belly to write that book, nor have the drive to choose a whole new profession, which is to be an author, a storyteller. It's something I've been gifted since I was a kid, I love telling stories. I love doing it, but I was so afraid of pursuing that career simply because it doesn't pay. Or at least that's what I had been telling myself when I was a kid. And here I am. I realized that it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. And I probably should have pursued it since I went into college. But if it wasn't for those life lessons, I wouldn't have made the awesome friends that I made along the way. I wouldn't have the drive or experience to put the story together. So, while you were groomed for whatever it is, whether it was a relationship, whether it was a job position, or maybe a whole profession, or maybe it was moving to another place and that didn't work out, or like you were promised one thing and it was broken. There are good reasons behind it, and it's probably because it's steering you to a better path that's more suited for you. So take this into heart if this really resonates with you. I believe that there's something good down the road if you're willing to walk it. And take it as an adventure, the adventure of the unknown. Take some chances. Take some chances, if you will. Alright, I'm going to move on for a bit. The Sea Maid's music. Okay. Heal through creativity. The longing within you holds great beauty. To revel that beauty, channel your pain into art. It is a great error to believe that a life should be filled with only sunlight and cheerful songs in major keys. It is an expectation that can never be met, and for those who wish to live fully, it is an idea that holds no allure. Of course, if you do nothing but wallow endlessly in sadness, such behavior will become boring, both for others and for you. But hiding your melancholy away from yourself and the world will bring grave stagnation to your inner landscape. It will not fail to fester and become toxic. Art is the alchemy that transforms your painful emotion into something that heals. Heal yourself and others now by creating music, visual art, poetry, a book, an essay, a story, or a play. Or perhaps you would prefer to prepare a performance of some kind. Whatever you create, put your heartache into it. Do not edit out or conceal your anger, your loneliness, your fear, or your rage. If you have experienced great tragedy in your past, make sure you find a way to include that too. There may be immense happiness and hope in your artwork also, but God forbid that is all you share. To characterize this life experience as anything less than the full spectrum of light and darkness is to prolong your own loneliness and the loneliness of others. To restrict yourself to the bright side is to refuse to look at the truth, which means your life has become a lie. As you all know, everyone you love will one day die. Everything you love will one day pass away. This gives you reason to mourn, but also reminds you to enjoy what you have while it lasts. What's more, we are here without explanation. Sometimes the mystery inspires, and other times it terrifies. Be brave and embrace it all, and put it all into your work. You may have an artist medium already that you practice, but if you don't, choose one now and channel your feelings into it. Do not allow commercialism or a desire for commercial validation to color your choices. Do not start with the thought that you are making a product to sell. Rather, focus on communicating something vital and ineffable. Find the vein of gold within your dark moods and existential ennui. Illuminate it, clarify it, and broadcast it. Find what is universal about it and share it. This will set in motion great waves of healing, both within and without. Okay, so kind of like piggybacking off of this one, and a little bit of this one too, where the pain, the hurt that you have experienced, it's okay to let it out. You can't just vibe high all the time. This is something that is a major issue in, the tarot spaces, or like the, occult spaces, where you have to be positive all the time because you're trying to manifest positive things towards you. That's not reality. Sure, you need to have faith to do something that you are too terrified to do, and putting that out there so that way you could progress forward is good. There's nothing wrong with that. When you need that holding hand to help you move forward, there's nothing wrong with that. What is wrong is trying to force yourself to be a robot that only smiles, to be a porcelain doll, to hollow yourself out and not feel anything that you need to feel. That's doing yourself a disservice as a human being. And no one should be telling you you should smile only. You should only be happy only. That's not real. There's a lot of things going on in this world that will upset you because you're empathetic. And there's probably a lot of things going on in your life that is upsetting you because it's something you should be upset about. Struggling with finances, dealing with new jobs, dealing with a broken relationship, etc. People passing away. That's terrible. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to express those emotions. It's also okay to be angry because it's not fair. And I know that people say life is not fair, but honestly, if people were kinder, we probably would have a fairer world. But that's my take. On one hand, don't always force yourself to be happy, stoically trying to carry on. You're just going to become numb and you're going to have a collapse real soon. But you can't just bottle it up and keep it under the rug, or only be sad all the time. It can fester to the point where you can't really crawl out of that hole. So the balance here is what I agree with, is find some occupation that's going to express those feelings and ooze it out of you like a poison from a wound. And that's going to help you keep everything in balance. Acknowledging the grief that you have without drowning you in the process. And you're not the only artist, no matter the medium, that does this. There's plenty of artists, myself included, that put their pain and fury in their work. And that's kind of what makes a good story a good story. It's not the shock and awe, it's the connection that you have with another person. So think on it. And if that inspires you to take up something that is a piece of art that will help you express what you're feeling, go for it. Let it all out. Put it down. you will feel so much better once you do. And other people will appreciate it. Because that type of art doesn't really have a price tag. It goes beyond it. Okay, last but not least, Angelic Fiend. I like the clash here. Angelic Fiend. Claim your desire, satiate your true craving. Ooh, let me snooze this so I could get into this reading. An intense emotion or desire won't leave you alone. It may be a fixation on another person, an insatiable hunger for attention, an obsession, or an obsessive need to achieve a certain kind of success, or even a craving for an unhealthy substance or behavior. Whatever the longing, what if you stop trying to suppress, hide, ignore, or imprison it, and instead let it speak? When you do so, you will uncover vital information that will, in turn, allow you to call back the fullness of your power. So, in tarot, we have the Devil card in calling out these addictive, toxic, obsessive behaviors and try to bring it to light so you could break those chains. This is that kind of card here. If you're not quite sure what desire this card refers to, perhaps you feel that life has lost its luster lately, or that your sense of purpose or enthusiasm has fled. That's because you hidden this desire from your own self, and doing so has snuffed out the fire of your joy. Simply asking yourself what passionate impulse is burning within you will easily bring it to your awareness. So go ahead and do that now. Close your eyes and ask, what overpowering desire have I been hiding from myself? What do I feel is lacking? There may be tears when you admit it. What is your heart that is pining for so fervently? Let the tears flow. When you're ready to let the grit and terrible longing within you speak, have your journal nearby as you light a candle. Gaze at the flame, sense its heat, and feel the resonant sympathy of the burning flame of yearning within you. Breathe deeply. Feel the fire expand in your belly and heart. Let it rage. Keep breathing through any feelings that may arise. Then, with curiosity and reverence, ask this inner inferno, what is it you really want? Then write. Don't wait until you know what you will write. Just start writing. You might start with the words, I really want, and see what comes. Keep writing until you go beyond the surface appearance of the desire and tap into the core existence of need. Core essence of need, my apologies. Look for the feeling you want to experience rather than the outward manifestation of the yearning or how you think it will look when you get it. For example, if it appears that you want a certain person to want you back, keep writing until you discover that the true essence of the need is simply to be loved and to love in turn. If it appears that you crave a certain unhealthy behavior or substance, keep writing until you discover the basic need to feel supported, healed, nourished, or safe. Of course, these are just generalizations for the sake of illustration. You must find your own truth in your own time and way. This is not an exercise in shaming yourself for the shape in which your desire has appeared. Quite the contrary. It's an exercise in inviting this desire exactly as it is to your innermost sanctuary, and then listening with clear-eyed, compassionate attention until you hear and understand the cry for love at its heart. The thing within you is actually an angel. It is guiding you toward what will most nurture you now. Listen to it and give it what it wants, and you will finally feel satiated, powerful, and at peace. So let's talk about addictions. Now, I'm not saying like all the desires that you have is an addiction, but let's talk about like that as an example. It is unhealthy. It could quickly spiral out of control, and sooner or later you end up being enslaved to the substance than you are in control of the substance itself. It is a slippery slope that can be very devastating, even albeit lethal for you. Finding out the reason why you have this really strong desire to continue it, you could say like, oh, it's chemistry, biochemistry. There is a addicting quality in the chemical that lets me do it. But there may be other factors at play that leads you to come back to this often. It could be about the people who you were hanging out with, the sense of community that you acquired by doing something like this. It could be many other things. You're going to have to start taking the layers off until you find the core nugget of truth, what led you to do this thing in the first place. It's probably because you feel lonely. You probably feel lost. You probably feel ashamed of yourself, and you want to hide this part of yourself that you feel ashamed of. Whatever it is, this substance, this behavior, this drive that you keep doing the thing is a band-aid over a wound. And that wound is festering because it's not healed yet. You're trying to heal it with other substances to like ease the pain and suffering that you're experiencing this wound from. What you need to do is try to get to the core of that wound and figure out why I have it. What is this wound? Where did it come from? And take the steps to heal that core wound. It could be loneliness. It could be trying to combat abandonment. It could be trying to combat, trauma that you had experienced. It could be something that you were desiring for that you were not able to obtain. And because you weren't able to obtain it, you turn to other unhealthy things to fill in that hole. So it's going to ask you to do the job of recognizing where it's coming from and start digging. Start digging and try to acknowledge it at the very least, where it's coming from. And it's possible that you're able to substitute it with something else that is more sustainable and healthier for you. Hi Denise, welcome in. If you want a tarot reading, it's going to be through the channel point system. And if you don't have enough channel points, that's okay. You could just chill in here until you're able to have enough for your reading. So this is going to take time. It takes people months, even years, to go through this type of journey. And it's not an easy thing to do. So if you want to take that exercise of examining what this little inferno is, this desire, this passion that you've been hiding under the rug because you're substituting with something else, go for it. But it's gonna be a can of worms. Once you start, you can't stop. And honestly, I don't think you should stop. It would be healthier for you. Sun K.N. reading. It's about recognizing the good things in life. With the things that are going on right now, it can be hard to accept or hard to acknowledge the positive things in our life because everything just seems to go wrong. And it's trying to help balance out that mentality and try to like write itself out. And that tarot reading is to kind of like help give you a mindset of like try to look at the brighter side of things, especially for those who are very pessimistic like I am. Been very pessimistic lately. It's also based on the Sun card from the Major Arcana. In fact, I have it as a flashcard here. Here we go. When you need a reminder of good things in your life or the good you bring to others. Usually I have that text there to let you ask your question. So if you have a particular question, it will help narrow things down. And thank you for the redeem. Well, I don't know. Let me try that again. So do you have a question with that? Oh, how do they feel about you? Okay. Oh, wait. You're trying to get into their headspace. I normally don't get into people's headspaces like that. How about we change the question to, should I have a relationship with D? How about that? Would that be better for you? Yeah. Because they could be thinking about, like, their next meal. So let's just not get into that. I try to be kind. It's really hard to do so in this kind of world. Okay, should you have a relationship with D? Oh, I just realized I have a weird sentence in my title. I'm going to change that after this reading. Come on. Okay. I just want to check. Okay, this is just a little bit stronger. Let me double check this here. Oh, cool. Okay. Let me double check something here. Oh, because I need to see how that applies on a relationship level. I thought I could do it today without the book, and I was wrong. Oh, okay. So, I don't know if it's you or D, but there's going to be a bit of a restriction because of the, either it's a new school or a new location that's going to create some form of separation, and that would be tough to have a relationship. Don't know if it's like a new school or if it's like a new job or just moving to a new place. Don't know. Either way. And that causes a little bit of coldness. In my point of view, the King of Cups is in reverse. And that would maybe hard to unfreeze in a relationship. So it's asking you to look for opportunities how to find solutions to working with that kind of long distance relationship, or to work through the restrictions that occur from like dealing with either a different workplace or a different school or a different location. There will be opportunities to find them. There will be solutions that you all could look into to satisfy the need to have a relationship. Or there will be new relationships you could look into that never was an opportunity until like this had occurred, Let me look at the King of Cups here. See if there's any advice to give with something with this. It doesn't seem like a very easy thing to do. Okay, so it's not just frigidity. That's like more the King of Swords here. This is about like a little bit of depression and sadness because things didn't work out in your favor the way you thought it would be. Probably because of this distance that may occur. This restriction, this separation, this move. Okay. So it's understandable that you will feel sad about this, or if he feels sad about this thing. And it's kind of hard to like work through that type of feeling. But there are solutions to that problem. You just gotta have to come up with a plan together. You're only on the talking stage. Well, there you go. If it becomes a strong enough relationship, usually nothing will hold anyone back. They could always come back to college. They could always like email you. You could always Skype. You could always like call each other. So it's just asking you to look for solutions and opportunities to like try to work with that restriction of that separation. Because summer is only for like 3 months. And it's not a make or break kind of moment. You know, there's ways of working around it. And so long he is willing to go into that relationship, and so long you're willing to work with those type of restrictions, I don't see why not. You know, it's just got to keep that in mind. And just be aware that, you know, it's not going to be an easy peasy kind of relationship, because you're going to feel sad when, you know, they're not there, you know, physically. And that's something you're going to have to contend with. So just think on it. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just something you just got to take into account. I mean, I think all relationships are about communication and working things out together. So that's their advice. Just think on it. Ultimately, you two have, you know, the final say. Yeah. Yep. Y'all will find a way. Don't worry. It'll be okay. And who knows, maybe it's a story that you could tell to your friends and family, how y'all had to deal with that type of hurdle. And then coming together. And good luck. Oh, and thank you so much for requesting a reading for me. And sticking around for it. I had someone who asked for a reading earlier today, and then they just up and left. So I really appreciate you sticking around. Let's see, where is that request thing? Here it is. Oh shoot, that's bad. I understand that some people are very impatient, but when it's like, just 5 minutes, you could have just waited, it's problematic. But that's just the internet. Let's see. Today is the 7th. Oh, I could try to do a reading about what's going on at the conclave. For those who don't know, Pope Francis had passed away earlier, I think a couple of weeks ago or so. And they're currently debating, choosing, figuring things out, who's going to be the next pope. And a lot of people are vying for our American pope, who's very progressive. And I want him to win, but my pessimism is not like... I've been burned before. So let's see what the qualities are for this pope. This pope that will be chosen. If it's going to pop out the Hierophant, I'm done. The Hierophant is like the pope card. Speaking of the Hierophant, I've been doing a YouTube series of book characters and the tarot card readings. And I did one for Frodo Baggins from The Lord of the Rings. And I got the Hierophant. Surprise, surprise. And it was a very interesting read. Okay, so we have a 7 of Wands, which we're dealing with a contest of wills. That's kind of funny. And we also have the 8 of Cups upside down. Now, this book is really good about talking about what that means as a person. So let's see what this says about as a person. In a general reading, the upright describes someone with plenty of challenges. This individual usually prefers to be busy than bored. Ooh. Someone is like me. Hate being bored and enjoys a conquest. Oh. There's double entendre there. It's never a dull moment around this person. Although it can sometimes be exhausting to watch, occasionally the upright 7 shows someone who is eyeing bigger, more alluring goals that require more focus, discipline, and persistence. This is going to be a busy pope. And everyone's going to run to try to catch up. Holy cow. What are they going to do? This sounds like someone who's on a mission and loves taking on tasks and like getting them done. Has all that energy and just doesn't stop. That's different. I don't think we have that kind of pope in a while. I mean, these are really old people who are, running around. So, to have like a dude, like running circles around everyone, that would be funny to see. Okay, 8 of Cups in reverse. So, usually 8 of Cups, when it's upright, it talks about like abandoning things, walking away from a situation, even though you put a lot of time and investment here. Here, he said that Eight of Cups usually highlights confusion and indecision where suitable opportunities can be found. Temptation to explore new horizons, but also fear of missing out on current opportunities. Sometimes it's necessary to let go of what you have to explore new directions. Okay, so answering, this kind of sounds like what's going on right now. Okay, everyone is trying to put everything in the basket, but the basket doesn't fit everything. Or maybe, hold on, I got ahead of myself. What if everyone is trying to put everything in the basket, but they can't put everything in it, and they have to choose? That's what's going on. I feel like that's going on right now, more than anything. But let's see what this means as a person. In a general reading, usually shows a person unfulfilled by current circumstances, which would explain this up and go energy that we're getting with the Seven of Wands. They don't sit around and do anything. They don't just sit and stay because they're unsatisfied. I want to do this now because I can't just sit and let everything be the way it is. I need to fix things. I need to do something. That can be a problem. That can also be a good thing depending on what they think needs to be fixed. Wow. This individual is uncertain whether to stay or leave, unsure of remaining too long, or leaving now is jumping ship too soon. This is a hot and cold person. This requires a return to the upright Seven of Cups. Time to ignore justifications and identify underlying needs. Once emotional spiritual needs have been clarified, it's easier to determine whether the current blank is suitable. Like current partner, current job, current relationship, current church? Current circumstances that are going on with the church right now? So, right now, we have a vying from the public, a very progressive pope from America, who is very supportive of LGBTQ issues, who is supportive of immigrants, who wants women to be ordained, which is radical by the church standards. I could see how they could sit there and be unsatisfied if this is going to be the type of pope that's going to enter. They're not going to be satisfied with the grit that's going on in the house. They're going to want to clean up. And not just clean up, like renovate. They're going to put things into motion that requires people to run. And try to run and follow through. Try to run and like keep up. It's going to be go, 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 go energy. And it's because they're not satisfied with with the current state of things. And maybe that's probably the quandary about the Pope, about like, should I accept being Pope or should I stay as a cardinal? Because that comes from being so hot and cold. The movie Conclave has been very fascinating. I watched it twice. It's currently on Amazon Prime. If you want to stream it, you could always buy it. I think it's available to buy as a disc. But it is fascinating, where you have some who do desire it, and they do have ambitions to like be that pope and to be accepted or be anointed as one. And then you have some who is like, no, I don't want it. Are you crazy? That's too much responsibility. I like being behind the desk and, you know, be invisible and, you know, let everyone else have prestige. You know, thank you. You know, that's what Pope Francis was for the longest time. You know, he let other people, like, you know, walk on by. I think there was a movie called The Two Popes where he talked to Pope Benedict, or Benedictine, if that's his name. I have to figure it out. Where he has to come to terms of accepting this role that may be given to him, that might be granted to him. Because, you know, there was a bit of a personal crisis of whether should I stay or whether I should go. Maybe I'm done here. And it's just trying to get into the undercore emotion, which is fear. Trying to conquer that fear. So I could see that coming into play right now. Like, any of them could be feeling this. Where there's this fear of being selected, because it is a huge burden to carry, and you know it is a almost insurmountable task. But I feel like whoever they select, this is the Pope that's going to get things done, and this is a Pope that's not going to sit around and be satisfied. They're not going to be satisfied with everything or anything. And I'm pretty sure this is the type of Pope that once they get things done, they move on to the next. Or if they think that it's not complete, and they keep at it. This is not a Pope that's going to rest. You're happy with that? Really? In a way, I kind of want it to go our way, you know, more progressive, more liberal kind of way. Exactly. That's the question. Is he going to be progressive? Is he going to be the conservative version of I'm going to get things done? Yeah. I love Pope Francis. I think he's amazing. Or he was amazing. I'm not sure if you're dealing with ads right now, but there is a thing that they do where they get their confirmation as a pope. And in the Catholic religion, confirmation is asking for the spirit, a particular spirit that's going to work with you, come and walk with you in this mortal life. You always have this guardian. And it's not just like a passive guardian. They're going to be like Jiminy Cricket, you know. They're going to nudge you and edge you to like a particular direction or need. And I've been to someone's confirmation before, and it is radical to see. I mean, they probably don't do anything or react to it, but being someone who is sensitive, like I could tell like something came down. Seeing it on like a person's face when they receive it, it's like, oh, they're never going to be alone there. Oh, I totally agree, Dinas. I prefer someone who wants to get things done to be progressive. Most importantly, a person who's going to be a friend to the world, who sees the suffering and devastation that's going on and try to provide healing, try to provide positive change for the good. And I think most of them are pretty aware of that, aware of the world's need, because Pope Francis made such a huge impact to the world. I don't think this is going to be like a Benedictine monk that's going to come in. I personally don't think so. But who it is, I really don't know. But this is fascinating. It could be talking about current times where like they're duking it out behind closed doors, and they had to figure out like what kind of person that they want. You know, it could be talking about that, but I honestly think it's someone who is so unsatisfied they can't just sit down and they just get up and do things. And they just don't stop. And that could be a positive or a devastating thing, depending on their mentality. So that's fun. That's a fun reading. We'll see how close I am. Time will only tell. Oh, man. I think it's going to radically change things. Because they're just not going to sit. It's not going to stay the same. It's not as, keeping status quo. And honestly, I don't think they want status quo. I think they're in the mindset of changing things and shaking things up. Go ahead and get some sleep. Thank you for being here. Have a good night. And I wish you all the best. For everyone who's here or watching this on YouTube, thank you for being here. Get some good sleep. Thank you. I don't know what else to do for today, for readings, because I didn't have a plan. Oh, here's another thing I could do. While I'm waiting for people to come in and asking for readings, let's see how long it's going to take for them to choose a pope. In tarot, you can do a little bit of time, asking for time, how long things are going to take. Let's see how long it's going to take for them to get a pope. All right, I'm going to do a shuffle. Okay, something was trying to pop up. I didn't get it. Two cards came out. 4 of Cups means 4 months. I don't think it's going to take 4 months. We also have a Page of Cups, which talks about like new friends, new relationships. It's also a water sign. I don't think it's going to take them 4 months. I don't see that happening. But it could also mean 4 water signs that the moon has gone through. And I, being a astrology geek, have the moon sign book because I'm cooked. Okay, so we're currently in Virgo. That's an earth sign. Scorpio is coming up on the 10th and 11th. That's Saturday and Sunday, so it could be this weekend. But if we're going to honestly go by what the card says about like 4 water signs, it could be Scorpio. It could be the next Scorpio, because there's only 3 water signs. And that would be June 6th through 8th. Let's also look up astrologically what the Page of Cups would be. Already, I feel like it failed the test of just 4 months. I would be shocked if I'm right. I would be absolutely astounded and shocked. Let's go to the 11th Rose app and see what astrological connections a Page of Cups has. See if it's any sooner. I feel like it's not going to be immediate. It could be a week or 2, but it can't be a whole month. That would be wild if it takes that long. Also, the Conclave movie, it moved a lot faster than what they had done before. Which, with the drama that had occurred, understandably, you don't want to meander. You don't want to take days at a time, because people's opinions would change and be way too volatile to like deliberate for that long period of time. But in reality, they have plenty of time to take deliberations and figure things out. And there's probably like a whole, grand tourney bracket, thing that occurs where everyone just kind of like eventually settles down to the pope that they like. They try their best not to shoehorn a pope in, so to speak. So let's look into, I finally got it up on my phone, and I am slouching. So they said astrologically it's the third quadrant, Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius. We're currently in Virgo. So it could be anywhere from the 8th all the way down to the 14th. And it's probably 4 days in. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe Sunday on Scorpio. If we are trying to put this into a factor. But honestly, tomorrow through the 14th, like we have a whole week. Like a whole week. They'll deliberate, and sometime this whole week there will be a pope. Most likely by Sunday, if we're going to say like 4 days into this range. I really hope it doesn't take 4 months. I really hope it doesn't take June 6th or 7th to like get a pope. But if they're talking about in that quadrant, it's going to be like a whole week going up into the 14th, which would be on a Wednesday, I think. Yeah. So sometime by next Wednesday, we might have a pope. We'll see. So, I can see why they say, like, have a face card and that whole thing. Speaking of which, I like using Lebenthros for recording tarot readings. If you are needing like a digital personal journal, I totally recommend it. If you're learning tarot, it's not a bad app to learn. I like using this book for more advanced specific question stuff. I'm learning something new about tarot every day. I thought I got it down pat, and then I learned something new, like with the Seven of Wands. And that's fascinating. That's cool. Okay. So done with that. Gonna put that away. And I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna talk. Because it won't do to just mindlessly read. Though I do have, because there's a strong possibility I will be working on the edits, I will be getting back from the editor. I won't be here this coming Saturday and probably not next week. And over this weekend, we're going to have a full moon. So I'm half tempted to just do a full moon reading to make up for it. Ooh, this will be a good time for me to go ahead and go on a break. I'm going to go ahead and get something to drink because I just finished the rest of this coffee. And I'm going to figure out whether I'm going to do a full moon reading. But if you're here and you're wanting a reading, don't hesitate to use the channel points. I'm more than happy to do a requested reading. It's going to be the last one for a while for me. So go ahead and get those in. And I'm going to go ahead and get something to drink. I'll be right back. Okay, hello. It was getting a little bit hot, so I decided to take off my little jacket. Alright, since there's no new request, I'm gonna go ahead and just do a full moon reading. It's been so long, I forgot. I forgot what those readings are. So let me find them. I'm not sure I like that. How about this? We're going to do one card I was about to do astrological signs, but that may be too much. Alright, it's going to be one card per astrological elements. So every sign has a element they're associated with. There's fire, air, water, and earth. And since we're still in Taurus, we're going to go with the earth sign right off the bat. So earth signs include Taurus, Capricorn, and Virgo. What message do you need here during the full moon that's going to happen over the weekend? Specifically Monday. Since I won't be here for a while. Okay, we have two. Okay, if I'm going to have to pick and choose, it's going to be this. For sure. This is a helper, the winged messenger, just to help kind of guide you all to accept this, which is the Rose of Youth. Essentially, you ask your spiritual guardians for assistance for the issues that this is going to touch upon, earth signs. But I'm determined to just keep it one card and one card only for all astrological signs. Okay, let passion show you the way. Let me get a cup of coffee here. Youth is like a fragrant rose blooming and a bright fire burning. Youth's very fullness contains a threat. A fire threatens to violently consume everything in its path. A flowering rose threatens its own assured and deliberate end. It is said you cannot call back to yourself the dangerous pleasures and passions of youth. The petals fall, the fire burns itself out. The winds of time blow the remnants away. And yet, there's always the chance that another rosebud will bloom. There's always an ember in the soul that may still ignite into a flame. Youth itself may be fleeting, but caches of its magic remain. Regardless of your present age, earth signs, there is youthful passion here, a spark that may ignite into a fire, a bud that may yet fulfill the breath of its lush and fragrant design. Perhaps you're asking about a romantic relationship, a creative project, a life direction, or something else entirely. Whatever it is, there is a corresponding ardent desire within you that seems to have a life of its own. That ardent desire will show you the way. A caveat: as you follow where your passion leads, consciously braid patience and wisdom into your action. For a youthful passion is by its nature unstable. In youth, you have no experience of the vast unfolding of time, so you're loath to delay your needs or your deeds through learning, negotiating, and problem solving. Look at poor Romeo, who hastily swallowed poison mere seconds before he might have learned that his Juliet, in fact, still lived. In so doing, he robbed them both of precisely that which was most precious to the other. My advice for youth, then, is twofold. Let your fiery fervor bloom, but do not let your impulsiveness rush forward into ruin. Temper the wild ardor of youth with the prudent standpoint of age. Okay, so a person, something sparks a little fire and you're gonna let it burn. Or maybe like a creative project that's like really burning a hole through your journal or pocket or whatever it is. That's really cool that you still have those passions and you still want to enact on them. So that's awesome, earth signs. And also, I just want us to like appreciate how beautiful this card is. Look at this. Ads are coming up soon, so this is a chance to like really look at the beautiful cards from this deck here. Trying to do it without like having the light hitting on it so much. Really pretty. I really love it. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle for air signs, but I won't talk about the message of the card until it's done. The ads, I mean. So, air signs, you're going to be up next, and I'll see you after the ads are done. That is a lot. Oh, no, wait, no. No, is there more than one? No, there's two in here. Okay. Let's see which one it is I need to... It's probably this. So let's see what it is. We don't get this often. Flower of Warriors. The other one was the fragrance perfume, which I've been getting often, you know, on and off throughout this whole year. So I'll try to integrate this into this. In general, this is about like the different facets of our personality, and it's asking us to tap into this part of ourselves. So when everyone's back from ads, I could like talk about that a little bit more. Ooh, meantime, I probably should lotion. You probably won't be able to see it very well, but I'm pretty... Yeah, you can't really see it, can you? I'm gonna go ahead and get some lotion. Okay, welcome back. If you were lurking and dealing with ads, we're moving on to air signs. And once again, I've been given 2 cards. So for the earth signs, it was the little messenger, the fiery messenger, asking for that little passion to help, like, give you guidance. Here we have, if I could read upside down, Flower of Warriors. And just as a helper, we have the strange invisible perfume, which is kind of getting really washed out here. Hold on. There we go. So just seeing this a little bit clearer, we have this little fairy dealing with this lovely strange perfume. This card is usually about dealing with a different facet of ourselves that we thought, oh, this is not really us, this is not who we are. But it really is a part of you. You're just not used to showcasing it to the world. You haven't really donned on this garment in a while, if ever. But it's definitely a part of you, whether you believe it or not. And this part of you, this role that it's talking about, is the Flower of Warriors, which we hardly get, air signs. So Geminis, Libras, and Aquarius, we are in for a treat. Some flowers manage to defy the odds and flourish under harsh conditions, such as high elevation, extreme winds, and the driest desert soil. Some grow through the cracks in concrete, others bloom when there's still snow on the ground. Air signs, you are such a flower. You may have been through wars, droughts, famines, blizzards, and floods. You may have been pummeled by circumstances beyond your control. You almost certainly have been hurt. In so many ways, you have been forced to find your own way and learn as you go. But rather than perishing, you have emerged strong, beautiful, and filled with light. Draw upon your hard-won strength. It is there for you. And don't just draw upon it, revel in it. Take joy in it. Wear it like a gorgeous gown. Let yourself radiate your well-earned authority like a queen among queens. Goddess knows you earned the right. Perhaps you didn't realize how splendid you have become. Maybe you believe all those trials and tribulations will permanently damage you and bar you from living a life of empowerment and joy. Such beliefs would be false. Look now within and see how the immense pressure has not crushed you, not in the least. Rather, has transformed you into the rarest of diamonds. A diamond, remember, is famous for its beauty, but also for its strength. Never be ashamed of what you've been through, as made you who you are today. A flower that may appear delicate, but is not that at all. A diamond that shines like a star and cuts like a knife. Your past challenges give you the ability to be warm, empathetic, and compassionate. And, when necessary, they also allow you to be cold, tough, and unyielding. Luckily, you are intuitive about what point on the spectrum is appropriate to embody at any given moment. Whenever you act on this clear and subtle inner knowing, victory and glory will be yours. It is high time for you to wear your strength proudly like a crown. When you do this, you will be unstoppable. You will be brave enough to open your heart to divine love. You will be courageous enough to speak your truth confidently and take aligned action without apology. You'll be fierce enough to follow your dreams with unbending focus. Hunt them down and make them yours. Oh, and if you're wondering whether you should step into a new role as a leader of some kind, the answer is yes. You should. You would be legendary. So that does line up with this here, where it does talk about acquiring this new role, getting used to its comforts, wearing this strange new perfume, in a sense, where this is a part of a facet of you. You may be experiencing imposter syndrome, but it's definitely you. It's definitely yours to claim. And this is the role where you are a flower that's able to bloom through concrete. And no matter how many times you've been stomped upon, you continue to grow. I think that's beautiful. And I, as a sun in Gemini, cusping, Cancer, I'm going to take this to heart. I know this coming weekend is going to be tough for me, but I'm going to take this message as a form of strength, if you will, for whatever trial that's going to come up for me. Okay. Next is going to be water. So Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. It's your turn. Oh, I should do it this way, since I'm only asking for one card. Okay, it's one card. A dream of love. That's so cool. Oh, this song was in my head all day. And the other song from Sabrina Carpenter. Okay, water signs. Be mindful of both truth and illusions this full moon. There is no love so complete, so idyllic as a love for someone largely unknown. When your time with someone dear to you has been limited or brief, you can readily perceive within them a fair and noble quality. If you love a stranger or someone you know only minimally, it can appear that this person is made of pure magic. They bring joy and delight to your soul. You feel intoxicated when you so much as picture their face. You may consequently become infatuated or obsessed. There are two sides to this. One is truth, the other illusion. And truth. We're all infinite, angelic, god and goddess-like creatures. We're all beautiful, we are brave, we are thoughtful, we are clever, we are shards of a divine and radiant mirror, possessed of every shade and sparkle of the spectrum of the sacred. The illusion is what obscures the other truth, that none of us are perfect. Most of us are very far from it. While all the light is within us, it does not all have the privilege of shining. Some of the lanterns are broken. Some of the stars are obstructed by clouds. Some of the candles have been extinguished by rain, and others have been blown out in the wind. And yet, when you see the perfection in another, or when someone else sees it in you, miracles often happen. More light shine, more lanterns are lit, more stars are visible, more candles illuminated. Seeing the truth of one's perfection helps that truth to spark, radiate, and ignite. On the other hand, with time, relationships progress. If a relationship moves past the idealization stage, it changes into something else. Something less delirium-inducing but more sustainable, less sugary or more sweet. You might say that when one's imperfections become visible, the romantic whirlwind slows. In the most desirable scenarios, it becomes a gentle, nourishing breeze. But sometimes relationships do not substantially progress past the idealization stage. When the mask of perfection falls away, one or both partners may not like what they find underneath it. Or at times there are no real partnership, so there never was an opportunity to remove the mask at all. Still other times or at other points along the path, a relationship may still have much to offer. But one or both partners become temporarily disenchanted and looks elsewhere for that luscious bliss that follows in new love's sake. Or wait. There can be great danger here of trading in a great and venerable love for a flashy and fleeting new one. Here is the truth, and there is also illusion. If you are wise enough to perceive both at once, it will hold all the wisdom you need. Okay, so some of you water signs are infatuated with someone, or perhaps you're the person at the butt end of the infatuation and dealing with this whole rose color shades kind of moment, which isn't bad. You know, a lot of people have good qualities that one can definitely appreciate. Okay. But eventually you're going to have to trust this person being human and whether those human-like qualities are something you're willing to deal with. And vice versa with you, if they feel the same way. Also take heed with the whole, oh, they're human, they're not perfect, I'm going to find someone who is perfect. That is something that is unattainable. You know, trying to find someone who is the pinnacle of perfection, because no one is, you know, not even you. So trying to find that in another person is not obtainable, really. It's better off to find someone who really sparks that interest and then appreciate their many different qualities, all their positives and their negatives. And, you know, accept them, you know, with a little bit of grace, you know. Now, if there are some qualities that you just can't really stand, like how they chew their food, if they chew their food with their mouth open, maybe it would not be a relationship you want to deal with. And that really bothers you, you may have to like take some time to really consider your options. But, you know, like usually try to stay for a relationship that is going to be endearing and it's going to last for a while than something that's flashy. And like it's just a flash bang in the can kind of situation. So, just a couple of thoughts for you, water signs. And it's also really nice that, you know, you're in love with someone, you're crushing someone. I think that's really cute for some of you who are dealing with that. And I hope someone who is crushing on you is, you know, a really good fit. Time will only tell. So I wish you all the best if you're going through that. Alright, last but not least, fire signs. Fire signs includes Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. With all of these signs that I have talked about here, You could use your sun, your moon, or your rising, or if there's a element you have a strong preponderance with, aka you have a lot of planets in a fire sign placements in your astrological chart, then you can choose, those elements other than your sun. You have to really know your astrological chart for that to occur. But if you so choose and you feel it's stronger, this time around, go for it. Alright, for some reason I'm doing it this way for fire signs. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, what do we have here? The Wrath of Love. Okay. So we're angry, fire signs. We want to hurt someone. We're dealing with someone who we have a knee-jerk reaction of trying to rage against or trying to hurt them in turn. So it's going to give some advice about that. I don't think this deck ever I could be wrong, but so far this deck never condones giving harm in turn. It's understandable that you feel upset about this person, fire signs, but usually their advice is to be more diplomatic than letting your shots fire, letting loose your arrows, so to speak. So just, take this into consideration. Open your heart, drop your defenses. Love has hurt you, now you're on a mission to hurt love back. Tragically, both humans and fairies can fall prey to the impulse to lash out at those we most care for, or even to preemptively punish those we would perceive as potentially withholding the love, support, admiration, or approval we desire. In romance, we become jealous, or perhaps our partner says something in a tone we hear as truculent, sarcastic, or dismissive. We might even be responding to a relationship that has long passed, and our old patterns resurfacing in another guise. Instead of allowing our tenderness to be seen and felt, which might help us heal the confusion at the root, we escalate the situation to an all-out war by insulting, rejecting, or even avoiding the very one we care for. It is especially unfortunate when you actively desire love. Yet because you have been so hurt or disappointed by love in the past, you see all would-be suitors through a veil of suspicion. Therefore reject them, attack them, or even avoid meeting them altogether. The same pattern can be at work in friendships, social situations, and any personal, career-related, or creative pursuit in which you would like your essence to be noticed and admired. And we all like our essence to be noticed and admired. Such preemptive defensiveness happens when you cannot open your heart wide enough to let yourself be seen, because you fear that if you do, you will only be wounded or excluded once again, which you believe would be too much pain for you to bear. Yet you do not realize that you have become the one who is doing the rejecting. You may think others are being cold to you, yet it could be more accurate to say that you're being cold in turn. Perhaps they are responding to your chilliness in kind. Or maybe you are projecting an imagined tone or attitude onto them and mistaking your impression for absolute reality. If you choose to, You can spend an entire lifetime in the wrath of love. But if you truthfully want the companionship and camaraderie you profess to, you must leave your poison arrows behind. So there's a couple of layers here. I feel like I was called out here also because I've been feeling this anxiety and defensiveness for a while. And it's just, I'm mentally preparing myself for edits. So the way I see editing, I see like multiple cooks in the kitchen and we're all trying to like make the dinner. And sometimes there's too many cooks in the kitchen. Sometimes there's just enough to make like whatever is needed. Because of the rough time I had last year, I'm a little bit apprehensive about like edits, and I've been so wound up emotionally about it. So I kind of see myself in this. I have a lot of planets in Sagittarius, so I have a really strong preponderance in fire, and I'm really like feeling this, where I'm putting up my defenses and not really keeping an open heart. And that's preventing me from like having like good dialogue. So I'm gonna have to take this to heart because I need to hear that. And if you feel like you're in a similar situation where you're dealing with a person or like a situation that you're like very defensive about or very apprehensive to deal with, I wish you luck. It's hard to like drop your guard, let yourself be vulnerable. I wish I had better advice. I do know at the end of the day, you know, everyone is doing it to like make the best book ever. And usually most people have really good intentions to do whatever that is that they want to do or they need to do. Like if it's a shared project, most people aren't doing it to hurt you. They're doing it for the project's sake, to make it the best that there is. And there's going to be disagreements. And there may be some people who are a little bit careless in the process, or they may say something a little bit half-turn, and that really stings. Honestly, if you don't like let them know why you feel the way you feel, they could be oblivious. So maybe consider trying to like let your guard down and don't see them as an enemy if you're in that situation. Try to take the diplomatic route or the high road, so to speak, and try not to like give off a cold shoulder. Just try to hear them out or like let them know how you're feeling, especially if it's like a loving relationship. But for me, this is like really touching on the edits I'm going to be dealing with. And I just know I'm going to have a rough time with it. I think I'm going to need luck to deal with it. Alright. So enough about me. I wish you all like fire signs good luck on this. Try to be diplomatic. Try to be open. Try to be better than I am. And I'll try my best in turn to handle any criticism that comes. Because it is ultimately they're coming at it with, good intentions. Most people do. Alright, it's only 30 minutes past the second hour. I'm just gonna chill. See if there's anyone who's gonna walk in asking for readings. But that's the full moon readings for everyone who needs to hear it. Let me redo this title. Last tarot session. There we go. So if y'all are here, if y'all are here lurking, chilling, and vibing, and you want a reading, it can be through the channel point system. If you have channel points you wish to redeem, you're more than welcome to do so through the tarot selection I set up. Hold on, let me start over. If there's a reading that you want, you could use your channel points to request a reading by selecting the one that you really want the most. That will suit your question. And if there's a text where you can type in your question, go ahead and do so. Ads are going to kick in pretty soon. As always, I'm not going to do a interpretation during ads unless you are subscribed. Oh, this is good. I'm going to turn this up a little bit so we can hear this song. This is Hammer to the Heart by Teddy Swims. Oh! Morphinage, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Just a little warning, you might be hit with some ads pretty soon. I'm just chilling and vibing for any reading request. And if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. Also, I'm an author. If y'all have any questions about being an author, writing books, how to do story, anything, that's totally okay to ask. It's kind of partial to why I'm doing these streams anyway. Oh, you're welcome, Morphinage. I don't have it right on the dot, so I try my best to let you all know when there's ads. I feel like I should make a playlist of the Silver Fox. Because Teddy Swims, Ragabone, Hooser, they really hit that kind of mentality that I tend to see or feel from Aramis. Hammer to the heart. Don't ask me to sing. I'm a terrible singer. Okay, no, I lie. I'm a decent singer. Welcome back, everyone, for the ads. Thank you so much for your patience. Oh, you're right. Oh, that's wonderful. It takes a lot of discipline to keep writing as often, you know, to eventually have published material. A lot of writers do like short stories and novellas. I have a problem. Every single time I try to do a short story, it becomes a novel. And it's twice. It's twice for me. And when I have like a novel, I realized it was too big and I had to split it, so I have a problem. I don't know why I'm always like a long form writer. I can, for some reason, do like small stuff. You have similar challenges. I'm not the only one in the boat. It's like, I don't know if it's like this lack of satisfaction with a very simple story. I just need layers and a host of characters and like problems. I can't just have one problem with one character and just one layer to solve. I just can't do it. You found the beginning of one or more challenging parts to start with. Oh, the beginning. So a little confession. The beginning of the Doppelganger Queen wasn't finalized until much later in the book. I started off, I think technically the second chapter of the book. So by the time I made it to the start of the story, I would have to build it out so much to easily contain it. Oh wait, hold on. You said something in between. So I started on a scene that most interested me and worked back and forth from there. Oh, so you do things out of order. So by the time I made it to the start of the story, I had to build it out so much to easily contain it. I find that if it's like too big, you could just split it. Most stories have a really good rhythm. And if it's big enough where you can just make 2 books out of it or 3, there's usually a sense of completion or like a good cliffhanger that you could just exit. That way you're not losing anything. You just end up with a duology or a trilogy. Oh, well, it won't take much for you to get back into it. You invested so much in the story. It wouldn't hurt. And if it's already done, you could start the lovely process of editing. That's like the main thing people don't understand about writing is the editing part. It's the post-production part. Oh, journaling. I am terrible at journaling. So I think that's wonderful that you're getting back into journaling. I think what's great about editing, which is terrifying for a lot of people, is that you could change things from what you have written. And I usually do it in a new draft, a new file. Since everything's digital, I do most of my writing on the computer. You just create a new file or like save it as a different file. You know, you rename it, whatever. And then you could just tear it apart and reform it however you wish. And you don't have to worry about the constraints of what you have written previously. Oh, that's a good idea? Yeah. That's why you see these memes of like novel the second, novel 3, novel 4, the final edit 2, final edit returns. Because everyone does like new files for their drafts. And that's how I do it too, so that way I have a sense of, you know, I don't have this fear of taking it apart, moving things around, because it's not precious. I'm not losing anything. And the older drafts are sent to storage. Which is one thing I need to do, is to like put everything to storage again. Oh, since you are into writing, you may appreciate this. I finally made a scene board. It's the first time ever I made a scene board. I didn't realize how big it is. But that's what I have done yesterday. Oh, that is about to fall out. Okay, there we go. Thank you. I love, Dip in Poison. I love her. I love Dip in Poison. She's so cool. And I love the deck that she uses. That fairy tale story deck. I wish I have it. It's gorgeous. I love it so much. There's also the Normatic deck I also love too, that I want to get my hands on. But alas, I have the Sacred Rose tarot deck. And everything's in reverse. Okay, here's one that's upside up. You discovered her stream a month or so ago. She really has big sister energy. And I love her kookiness. I love it. She's so bubbly. She may not admit it, but she's so bubbly. She has a wonderful personality. Oh, yay. Man, I've been addicted to Twitch since COVID. That doesn't sound great at all. Man, now that I think about it, I'm gonna have my 5th anniversary being on Twitch this coming August. I have nothing to prepare for it. I changed so many things on this stream. Tarot is like one of the biggest and newest additions to this channel. I used to be just a let's play kind of channel. And I've been changing games like to no end. Nothing safe for a few months at a time. Aw. Nothing wrong in like coming and going with Twitch, you know. There's always going to be someone to like someone you want to watch, and then like eventually you kind of fell out of it because you want something new, and eventually you want to like try out the old thing, so you always come back. So there's nothing wrong with that at all whatsoever. I got time to figure out. True. It's only like 3 months. Yeah, it's 3 months from now. I have a special event that's gonna happen at the end of June. Announcements will be given out eventually. that is kind of like on the forefront of my brain. Nothing else has been like, nothing else has been dominating it. So I have nothing prepared for the 5-year anniversary on Bing Twitch. I have no clue what I'm gonna do for like the holidays. Like, I got nothing. I'll figure it out, but I don't have anything big to give or whatever it is, so. And all the options to try to set that up just kind of like evaporated before me. So I'll think of something. I'll think of some sort of giveaway. Oh, no, that's fine. That's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that suggestion. That's probably going to be in book 4 if I do something like that. And book 2 has not even come out. So that's like a really, really long wait. That's like a super long wait. I do hope for book 2 to come out this year. I'm sure it will. Knock on wood, if nothing else happens. I'm hoping that it will be released before the end of this year. We'll see what happens. No guarantees whatsoever right now. It's all kind of like up in the air. But I do want to give some sort of giveaway for this year. It's going to be August 4th. Let me see if it's on a... It's on a Monday. You know, the book I'm currently working on is due at the end of July. I could just do like a subathon for all of August, maybe. That would be fun, and maybe I'll play a game that's like really super duper long as a subathon, and maybe y'all could vote for it. I really don't see me surviving tarot all month as a subathon. I think that I think I would die. That would be really hard to do. I love the animations from Dipped in Poison. She's got really cute animations. I'll figure things out. Who knows, maybe it could be a virtual giveaway. Maybe I do another wallpaper where y'all could have it as a download for your phone or something, you know. Because I know like a lot of people want digital digital gifts as well as physical gifts. And physical gifts are kind of like hard to do, especially with the tariffs that are going on and like the packaging and the postage. It's going to be so hard to like commit to and like not make it like an expense on everyone's part. But I can like draft up some really cool stuff digitally. Ooh, wait. I should work on emotes too. Because there are a ton of emote slots. Oh. This is what the book looks like. This is my author copy of the book. This is what the soft cover looks like. So that's what's on my desk. could showcase that a little bit more. Yeah. Maybe like a little wallpaper or something. Maybe I could craft something for someone. Let me see. What am I trying to find? I need this for the community boards, emotes. How many do I have? I have 4 open slots that are tier 1 and 1 slot for an animation. And I have 1 for tier 2 and 1 for tier 3, which I'm really thinking of changing it. Like the tier 2 is very similar to the other animated raid emotes. I think I should select something else as a tier 2. Oh. My pandas are cute. Thank you. There's a story to the pandas. This is like a show and tell kind of string. Yeah. Oh, it's not set right. Okay, there we go. So this is Michael Afton. I think that's his name, Michael Afton. Oh my god, he's so dusty. I need to like brush him or something. I used to have like a normal bed over there. I didn't have the bookcase, you know, bunk bed kind of style. I used to have like a normal bed, and he would just sit there menacingly at the corner of the string. So imagine like on the flip side, this is where the bed is. He would be like way back here, sitting, watching. You know what? Let's have you here. And I think it was when I was doing the FNAF games. Back when I was trying to be a sweaty gamer. I was doing the FNAF challenge over, actually it was my first October. And Ava once said, like, yeah, let's give your bear a name. So he got like Michael Afton, which is not really like the name you want to give, you know. But I like it too much, and I kept it. And it's really good to like keep everyone on their toes. Whenever I have, this is kind of like a pipe dream, but whenever, you know, I move, my family moves, or what happens, I want to have a place where I could have him present with all the other stuffed animals, because I love collecting stuffed animals. I'm a fiend. On top of the Funko Pops and plants and cats, I love... He's in lurk mode? Yes. Yes, he is. I love it. I mean, he's like my absolute stream mascot, you know. I want him present for more streams. And someday I want to have what everyone sometimes have is like a little tiny, you know, couch or futon or whatever it is, and just put my stuffed animals there and just like have them present. But I also love, showcasing my bookshelf here. I love that too. So things have changed over these past 5 years, and in many ways for the better, because I finally got published. But the channel really hasn't changed with the times, so to speak, except for like acquiring tarot. Tarot was a recent addition. Ah! Oh my god, Gengar! I love Gengar. Gengar is the best Pokemon ever, and absolutely misunderstood. I think me and Dippin' Poison would get along so well. So well. Though she will, like, totally call out for, how's the term? What the kids would say? Like, read me to filth? What is it that the young whippersnappers always say? Read me to filth? Okay. So, but I'm sure she's a wonderful and good person. Migrated from TikTok, wow. In many ways, I'm glad that TikTok is getting the extension that it needs. But on one hand, I'm tired of the political ploy that's going on with TikTok. If it wasn't for my phone having issues with the graphics, I would definitely be on TikTok. But I keep getting like artifacts on my videos, which would be great if I'm trying to do horror content on TikTok. But I'm not. I'm just talking about stuff. And I have a really old Nokia. Oh, you actually could see my wallpaper. Yeah. Okay. So. Oh, we're in the last hour, so everyone, if y'all need a reading, don't hesitate to do so. It's through the channel points. There's no line, no list that you gotta join up on. If you want a reading, go for it. If you just want to hang out and vibe, you're more than welcome to. I'm in a chatty mood. I'm not gonna be here for a couple of weeks, because there's going to be some work I gotta do. Alright, since I have this out, I'm going to show off my baby. This is, if I could like look at directions. Nice geode? Yeah, I love it. I love that wallpaper. I need something a little bit purple in my life. So this is the book cover of the... Okay, wait, maybe I need to stop going back and forth. Maybe I won't like make people sick. This is the book cover of the Mannequin Queen. It's a dark fantasy. LGBTQ. LGBTQ. Aramis Perez is a trans man. Specifically a trans Jocelyn. Jocelyn is a particular species. They're synthetic beings created by magic, and Aramis is one of those people. And didn't care for the given gender that he was made from the mold. So he decided to be his own man, be self-made, and transitioned. So that's like his past. Now he's dealing with many other things in his life. Dealing with the loss of his friends, dealing with the loss of his marriage, dealing with a city that is, wrapped up in grief. And trying to save the city from a nefarious doppelganger queen who's going to utilize this tomb that he had acquired that's going to unleash a whole lot of havoc upon the world. And only he could face them off, if he dares. So if you like fantasy in a way where you like, magic, wizards, rogues. He's a rogue, by the way. If you're like into D&D stuff, you probably understand what a rogue is. He's a dungeon engineer and historian. So you have kind of like those classic definitions, but you also have like a setting that's in a Arabic coastal city that's hidden away from society. A lot of, Arabic elements, a lot of culture in here, a culture for all different walks of life. It's very cosmopolitan, considering it's a secret city. A lot of depth. The next two books go beyond the city. Whether Aramis lives to see the tale of the other two books is, something you're going to have to read to find out. Hi, Psychic. Welcome in. Nice to see you come back. I hope you're doing well. Oh, and ads are going to start in pretty soon. But this is what the interior is going to look like. You have this moon, sun and moon thing going on. That is hearkening to the deities that they worship. The Morning Lord and his sister Loon. Story sounds great also. I didn't. I'm a traditional author. So I gave them things I really like, which is high contrast covers. That's a little bit more high impact. That's what I told them. I also love black silhouettes with color in the background, and they really took that into account. Because it has a lot of Arabic connections to the book and the story and the location. The artist, Autumn Sky, was very inspired and put the filigrees around, making it look like, gold a little bit, but it's also like burnt orange gold. I really love it. You can't tell whether this is sand or ash. I love it so much. Oh, ads, sorry. My apologies. I did say there was going to be ads. Really cool to hear the process. Oh, you're welcome. I will talk about it. If any of you ask, hey, how to be an author, what is it like, how to write, more than happy to answer those questions anytime. That's why I like doing these things. I am so fortunate that this publishing house, which is Four Horsemen, I have it right here. This is Four Horsemen. It's an independent publisher that accepts people from all walks of life, including LGBTQ. So fortunate that they're willing to let me communicate and have feedback. Oh, you're back. Here I am answering your stuff, and you can't hear me. I'm all over the place. But talking about like the cover, no, don't apologize. I didn't realize. My bad. Where was I? Oh yes, I'm very fortunate that Four Horsemen, which is what the 4 HP is. 4 HP is where you could like look up this information about Four Horsemen. They want to bring the apocalypse to the publishing world. And they strongly believe that they want feedback between the authors and the publishing house, and try to have like some sort of cohesive, whole of like coming together and like streamlining the process and churning out books quickly and all that. So they're really cool. There is a sale going on if you want to check out their books. It's a 40% off Mother Day sale, which I will also announce later on this week, I think. So if you want something as a treat, you're more than welcome to do so. And I think it's also stacked on top of the pre-order sales. Pre-orders are usually 15% off. Depending how things are, it could change. So do always double check. Don't take my word for it. Usually there's a discount for pre-orders on their site. Always. And there's a whole bunch of new books that are coming out, which is exciting. Absolutely exciting. And I think there's a couple of new authors that are joined in as well. But I had given some feedback and my thoughts about a few things, and I also let them know how the back blurb, I let them know some things that we need to fix up. So they were so understanding and patient with me in allowing the back blurb to be fixed. There was one book that didn't have their back blurb fixed at all, and by contract they just kept it that way. So I'm glad that they're willing to fix it up when I caught it. But it's always a back and forth conversations. Because of their system, it moves very quickly. So there's not a lot of time to dawdle. So if there's an issue, you just gotta notify them ASAP. But I was blown away. I was really blown away because I was expecting something like this book. Oops. This is an amazing cover. But I was expecting a high contrast, high impact font and colors, kind of like the Bullet Swallower, which is something I really need to read, and I haven't, and I've been terrible. That's on me. But a really high, really strong saturation, which funny. Okay, it was really upsetting at the time. More pop art? Yeah, I love pop art. I really do. There was an issue with the hardcovers with the high saturation from the print. And because of that, there was a huge hiccup with the printers where they weren't able to read it. So that way, they weren't able to process their hardcovers. Because it's just so strong of a color for them to process. So it took a lot of finagling, and they had to make some adjustments. So it's not going to be as strong as the first edition, batches. But it's going to, still be a pretty strong color of red. You really, oh, thank you. It's Autumn Sky. Autumn Sky is one of the designers. Please do. Oh wait, no. They don't have anything on socials. I keep forgetting. It's definitely through the publishing house. Autumn did a beautiful job. I love it. I also love the inside of the book. The inside of the book has these specks of dust, like Thanos snap kind of dust, Also have the little tiny moons underneath. And a little bit more of the sand or ash, depending on what you think it is. So it's a gorgeous book. And I just love it to death. So, probably spoiling some things for those who like see it as a video, but I'm not worried. If you really love it that much, you could go and read it. Oh, and you also could get it as an ebook. Ebook is like $5. No different than a sub. So if you don't want to subscribe to this channel, get an ebook. You still help me. Oh, well, thank you. I showed it to my parents and my mom cried. $3 this weekend? People, you need to go and get it. Amazon doesn't do sales. Go and get it. Like, what? Damn, that's really good. That's better than a subscription to this channel. What in the heck? Yeah. Go for it. My parents love reading ebooks. They're such avid ebook readers. My parents tried to read it in a physical copy, and for some reason they keep falling out of it. And she decided to just lump it and just, buy another version of it, and she finished it from beginning to end. Oh, no. No. I get a flat 40% from all the royalties. And the 60% goes to my publisher. And when they have enough, we might be able to pick up the audiobook project. So the more profit that they get, the more likely they could do more stuff. So not just only like buy my books, buy all the other authors as well. And there's also Black Ballad that you can look at too. Would I read my book or ask for... Oh, I'm a terrible reader. Even though I read this very well for stream, I am nasally. I'm very nasally and high-pitched. I also don't always secure the emotion or impact that a reliable voice actor would do. I have an idea of the kind of voice actor I wanted, and I sent those notes and they already know, what I wanted. So far there was one audition they want me to look at, and that's it so far. They have been busy with a whole lot of things right now. A full cast audio would be cool, but it's expensive. I don't see that happening. It's going to be just one amazing narrator who can slip into different type of voices. Kind of like how us streamers will read like a visual novel game. Or any other game that has dialogue, really. So that's what I'm looking for. Someone who could really set the mood. Like a mood voice actor. That makes sense? Yeah. It would be cool to hear a full cast. But like, you had to pay everyone for it, and a independent publisher is really tight on their budget. Oh, no problem. Anytime. If any of you ever ask about anything about books, about writing, I know enough now to help. And sometimes, the advice I give, you may find a better solution. But I do hope that it gets the ball rolling. I had looked at someone, read the book out loud on stream for everyone. And it's a copyright issue. So unfortunately, they would have to pay to have the right to read the book out loud as a performance on stream or as a YouTube, which is upsetting for me because I would like them to go at it. I have a very theater mind, when it comes to those type of things. And just to know that, that's thrown into the mix with this whole copyright thing, which I understand, because they'll probably get monetized for their performance. So that's one hurdle I have. So if you do have the Mannequin Queen book, you can only do excerpts. You can't read all of it from beginning to end for a video or for stream. You'll get in trouble, unfortunately. It's a copyright issue. I wish it wasn't in that regard. I see you paid for the script, you are going to host a play, and why not put on a local performance? That's kind of how I see it. But someday, we'll see what happens down the road. It's always about budget. So, not the last call, but another call for readings. If y'all want a reading, you're welcome to do so through the channel point system. I don't mind doing readings for all of you. I'm just chit-chatting, shooting the breeze, talking about stuff. I did a lot of group readings earlier in this stream, just to try to fill in the time. Can I talk about the different spreads? Yeah. Let me look at the channel points here. So the lower tier ones, like the 100s through 300s, they're pretty generic. You could ask any questions to any of those. A lot of people love asking for love readings, and I don't mind giving love readings. Some of them are based on major arcanas. Oh, the Emperor spread maybe need to go because we're past Aries season. But some of the major arcanas are associated with the astrological season that we're in. We're currently in Taurus season. So that's why I have the Empress and Hierophant open. You're 20 points shy from the Celtic Cross? Oh, let's go. That's my bread and butter right there. And the 700s, the Agatha All Along Tarot spread, the Traveler spread, which I love. The Pandora's Box is a very specific oracle deck spread that I like doing. But the Celtic Cross is what a lot of people are familiar with. It's a little bit more in depth. it helps the tarot reader to see like why you're asking this question, where it's coming from, what led you up to this situation, what's around the corner. Kind of gives a whole wide encompass view of the situation. It's usually best to ask a question with those kind of things. Because sometimes just asking for a general thing and not really like giving tarot much thought, you kind of need a sense of direction with like, what advice should I give you? Because there could be like a whole bunch of advice to give. I will have to say Celtic crosses usually are quicker than most of the higher tiered spreads. Simply because I'm just very familiar with Celtic cross. Oh wait, you're only really familiar with the Celtic cross. Okay, my bad. I'm just rambling. So there's the Diana one, which came from this deck, the Oracle Delphi deck. That's based on Greek mythology and, of course, the Oracle in Delphi. And it has a bunch of Oracle spreads that one could use if they obtain this deck. I like using the Archer card, aka the Diana card, or the Artemis card if you like to go by that, and the Pandora box. The Archer card spread or the Diana card spread is about like how to pivot. You're dealing with a situation that somehow you're having a blockage, so just how to orientate yourself to pivot is one of those spreads. And the Pandora's box is about the good and bad analysis of a situation. Unfortunately, with the Oracle Delphi, it doesn't have anything negative to like help explain the full situation. So usually, I like using the tarot cards for that one. Oh, you like the sound of the Diana card? No problem. What else is there? The major arcanas are based on the cards. So the Emperor card is about boundaries. The Empress card is about like where to do self-care, where to like care others. The Hierophant was about like finding community. Let's see. What else is there? Oh yeah, there's also the opening up to love. Opening up to love, I talk about like blockages, like why one is having issues finding love and what lessons they need to learn to like remove that blockage. The manifestation reading is about like the new moon reading, like how to like focus and orientate yourself to go after a project or like a goal or an idea. Yeah, that's about it. You like the sound of that one too. Yeah, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do. Which one was the opening up to love one? I think it's the 300 one. I usually use the Oracle deck Beyond Lumeria for that one. Usually. You're feeling stuck. Had to see it as an opportunity. Keep. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No problem. I put that away. So let's use this. That's not gonna hold. Hold on. Ugh. Oh, no problem. Anytime. Okay, and it's Diana. Okay. So that's going to help me. There we go. Okay. That's going to be a little bit more helpful. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to examine what to let go, what to call in or align, what to focus, and where to aim your bow, your target. What should you be focusing on? I thought I had to shuffle some more. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's definitely this. That's pretty quick. Yay. Okay, so we have surrender, align, focus, target. Okay, we have a Hierophant as our target. That's fascinating. All right. I love this song. For the longest time, I did like Sam Smith, and I don't know why. I just like finally came around. Maybe I just finally grew up and appreciate what he's putting down. Okay. Nope. I'm going to think on this. No, I'm going to use the Advanced Tarot book. So understandably, there's been a lot of delays that you're frustrated with, as indicated with the Three of Wands. How do I read reversals? There's different ways. One way is to see a reversal as a, if something is very exterior, like you're dealing with exterior influences, it could be an interior influence. With the Seven of Swords, when it's upright, it's usually someone who's doing the tricks and the deception, When it's reversed, it's you deceiving yourself. So that's one way of interpreting it. Another way is like seeing the opposite of the situation. With the Six of Swords, you usually see someone sailing away to another place. So like a new place where they're like going, taking refuge from a situation. When it's reversed, it's going to urge you to like stay put. So sometimes it is the opposite. Sometimes it's about like what was external has turned internally. Sometimes what is positive ends up being negative, or what is negative has become positive. With the Eight of Swords, I'm using a lot of swords as an example, but the Eight of Swords is usually about like anxiety, dealing with our own negative headspace. And when it's in reverse, usually you're able to like figure things out and find solutions to those problems. Usually. And it requires out of the box thinking, because you're looking for those opportunities. So we have two reversals here in my point of view. This is like all in my point of view here. I could like reverse it on the camera so you could see what I'm saying. But we have the Three of Wands in reverse, and we also have, we accidentally have ads coming in. But I also have the Seven of Cups in reverse too. So I just wanted more info to give instead of the keywords that I know, since we're talking about how to get unstuck. And that's what I'm looking up on. Oh. So I'm going to take some time to read up on it before I give like a cohesive answer. Let me double check the Seven of Cups here. Oh, no problem. Anytime. All right. This requires looking at everything. It's discipline and don't give up. You're back. Welcome back. Okay. Let me also look at this dude. Okay. So they are recognizing you're frustrated with the Three of Wands upside down, because there's a bunch of delays that are going on. Part of that delay is coming from you, where you find something new that grabs your attention. Instead of following through on this project, you go after the new shiny thing. And thus things are not completed. Because you ran out of the stamina to like meet it to the final push, the final completion, because something new had catch your attention, and that is why you're dealing with the frustrations of delays. You know, there's a lot of things that like tend to grab your attention, and I'm not talking about like a magpie kind of thing, but like it happens all the time with creative people where you start up a creative project, but you don't want it to end. And because you don't want things to end, you don't complete the project and you start a new one. And the thing with starting up with a new one is the thrill of like the fresh canvas, not working on something that like is already tedious to begin with. And instead of slowing down to work on the new, on the old thing and complete it and like fill out the final details, you tend to go for something that is like fresh and new and like redo something, make a whole new thing. Right. But you are already saying goodbye by running away from it and never coming back to it. So you have a lot of abandoned projects that you already said goodbye to, but they're never completed. You already cast it off. So that's the mental issue that you have to deal with, is accepting that it's done. Because you already stepped away from it. You already cast it aside. Even though it's unfinished, you already said goodbye to it. And that's kind of like where you need to fix. So what you need to do is to let go of, you know, any sort of distractions, or let go of this impulse to go after the new shiny thing. And as a writer, usually there's a dump journal where you dump this new shiny idea that's picking up in that you want to play with. You dump it in that journal, you close that journal, you put it on the shelf, so that way you can finish and complete what you have on your desk. A lot of creative people go through this, like a lot of artists, painters, writers. You're not the only one. Right. The result is the same. And you have to recognize that you're doing the goodbye already. You just need to follow through on the goodbye. So let go and surrender this need and impulse of running away from a project that needs to get done. You have plenty of time to say goodbye to it when you are finishing it up. And you will have plenty of time to get to the new project when you're done. You just got to wrap it up. And that comes from aligning with this Chariot thing here. The Chariot is about mastering one's impulses with discipline. It's like the magician finally learned how to invent the car and he's able to take the wheel. You know how to do the thing. This is not like reinventing the wheel by any means. It's about trying to find the balance between your head and heart and try to make them work together so that way you won't crash and burn. And a lot of people usually think more with their head than their heart, usually. They usually want to like sweep their feelings under the rug and try to go on as what like society or what they think is society is dictating to them, and try to be like a machine instead of being human. You have an opposite issue where you're letting your impulses, such as embedding in a project, finding something new to work on, is the issue. And you're letting that reign over the logic of, let's wrap things up before I do this. So you gotta have to find that balance, and that's where that alignment comes in. Try to balance the head and heart where they work in sync. Once you're able to align that, you'll be able to focus on what you really want. This is probably a little bit hard to hear, but the Seven of Cups is about analyzing what you want in life for emotional fulfillment, for spiritual fulfillment. If we want to go really deep. And usually with the reverse here, it indicates that you just don't want to sit down and do that kind of mental work or that emotional burden of examining your life in that way. And because of this, you tend to like run and do things to try to cover up from that analysis, if that makes sense. So what they recommend is taking the time to look at what sparks that joy, that passion, that drive, that like really makes you giddy, that started the project in the first place. And try to find that again. And eventually you'll be able to like have better focus on whatever it is that you're working on. And all sevens are about don't give up, no matter like who it is or what you're thinking. It's usually dealing with when the tough gets tough. You have to get tougher. And in this sense, you have to find the emotional joy that is the fuel to the fire to keep the engine going. So when you're trying to like get yourself into this mental headspace of like tackling whatever project that you want to do or trying to get it to completion, use this as your carrot on the stick of why you're doing it in the first place. What brought you here? And it's usually joy, something that you love and you're familiar with. Another thing, if you want to do discipline, especially if you want to deal with publishing later on down the road, creating a habit of like showing up every day, even if you don't feel like it, like 1 hour of a day or 1 hour of whatever working day that you have. Just follow through. And you'll be able to push through it. Push through that impulse because you are showing up to do something. Even if it's just one sentence or like one paragraph or whatever it is. You made some sort of progress even if you don't feel like it. And eventually you'll find like the reason why you're there in the first place. You're just in a mental funk. Yeah. So sometimes it may not be daily. It could be like a Monday through Friday kind of thing. It could be like I always do this at my work's lunch break kind of thing. Or like I do this when everyone goes to bed and I just write, you know. Right. And that's probably where this is coming in with the Chariot, where you have to find that balance between your impulse of being the bird outside of the cage and allowing yourself the logic of like completing things, following through what you promise, because it is a promise. You promise the muses this would be done, and you're beholden to that oath. So if you really want to make yourself accountable, just imagine the muses watching you from the corner, like demanding that you complete the work that they gave you. No pressure, of course. I practically have more free time than I ever have in your life. Oh, awesome. But you've been using that time less practically? Oh, that's okay. If it's kind of a rebound effect where because you don't have the free time since, I don't know, childhood, people tend to like use that free time for joy and having fun. And eventually they get into a rhythm. You'll find that for sure. Last but not least, the target and aim is the Hierophant. Most people get their hackles up with the Hierophant. The other interpretation of the Hierophant is a teacher or a sage. Someone who has expertise, someone who is an expert, a professor, a teacher, someone who has the authority to help you, guide you to where you need to go. So if you ever need to go to a formal institution or like do online courses or like find expert help, like say like YouTube or helping writers become authors is another great place. There's a whole lot of information out there that will like help you if you ever get stuck. But if you need like a coach, you know, there's nothing wrong with that too. Let me look at the Chariot because I think that is the whole crux of the situation, how to balance out. You know, having the discipline without feeling like you're in a cage. Having the strength to complete things. So let's examine the Chariot more. It represents a time when a person maintains self-control through mental discipline, while on the inside they longer to be supported. Also time to make a choice despite the internal anxiety or deep-seated fears about what might go wrong. But in the end of the day, you just don't give up. So you do have the discipline of the Chariot, which, or at least aligning to this part of you, where you do have the discipline to follow through. It's just about what's holding yourself back. Is it fear? What are you afraid of? And maybe you need to conquer that fear. And don't let your feelings overwhelm you. I think, like in Star Wars, let your feelings flow from you is one way of controlling your feelings and using them instead of your feelings controlling you. Mind your thoughts, so to speak. All artists deal with imposter syndrome and a lot of fears of what will other people think? Or like, oh no, I'm not completing this, I must be a failure. you need to address those feelings and figure out where they're coming from so you could conquer them and not have them rule over you. And I could be wrong. It could be like something else entirely that is holding you back from having like a discipline or structure. So getting to the crux of it, what you're afraid of, what's holding you back, is going to help you rein it in, so to speak. And that will help you get through most of this. Eventually, you'll get to a point where you can look for someone who has been there, done that, and then you could get their advice, or they could coach you with this whole Hierophant thing here. But ultimately, I think it comes down to you, how to handle your fears. And try to have that discipline. And it could be, well, I don't think it's stemming from childhood, but I could be wrong. I think more than anything, trying to create a familiar routine, even if it's not daily. You don't have to make it daily, but at least showing up, doing the work no matter how you feel, it's going to help you a little bit in the long run. Well, let's see. And definitely don't give up, for sure. Okay, I sound like I was all over the place. I hope that makes sense. Do you have any questions? Okay. I'm a Gemini sun. I have a ton of stuff in fire signs like Sagittarius, but I talk a lot. So I tend to like talk everyone's ears off on these type of streams. I think you can do it. I really do. I think it's just a matter of like conquering your fears. Okay, good. Oh, awesome. So, there you go. Ultimately, you got this. You just had to believe in yourself. Oh, you're welcome. You're very much welcome. I honestly believe you can do it. You're not going to get things done overnight by any means. Most art usually don't. You don't achieve most art overnight. I say that as like people like do YouTube videos of completing things in one day. But give yourself time and allow yourself to finish things. Give yourself that permission to have the long goodbye. Okay. And thank you so much for requesting a reading. I really enjoyed it. I love that tarot spread. I think it's really, really cool. Little Matey, thank you so much for the follow. I'm actually going to wrap things up here. I'm going to end this stream. So if you're here for a tarot reading, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to end the stream. Um, I probably won't be here Saturday. I would not bank on me being here next week. Um, it's going to be based on whether I'm done with my edits. But optimistically, I'm hoping that I'll be back on the 17th, which is not this Saturday, but the next Saturday. Oh, you're welcome. You're very much welcome. And thank you for being here, all of you, whether you're here for a little short time or been here for like hours on end. And if you're a VOD viewer, thank you so much for watching as well. I'll put this up sometime tonight after I watch some Andor. So I hope y'all enjoy it. And be safe out there. Try your best to like take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. Take it easy. And I'll see you all next time. Bye.